So, yes. What I've been trying to do for the last couple of hours, but a couple other things. Actually, I found a noise canceling filter on OBS. Hopefully, it's better. I'm having to analyze slash the shit that was Thunderbolt. I'm going to have to do a review on it with Multi later on. But other than that, my necromancer, I finally, as of this morning, finally, after about 5 days of farming, straight fucking farming, got it to tier 4 with a GA. But then again, right, I have two other characters planned out for the season. See, the HotA Barbarian with bleed is possible. My friend actually confirmed a theory I had. Ran it past him. So it's possible because HotA works with. So HotA works with earthquakes, which should work with bleed. So it's entirely possible, and you don't have to do the leap. Now, in theory, right? The only thing I need from this board is this stuff. Go through here for the reduction. I don't need any of this. Stupidity. I don't really need any of this. It's just near impossible to get up here through. That I need all the way out to here. But see, it's been like multiple seasons since I redid like my bar, but like I actually had to switch the last time I did this bar. They already had nerfed HotA, so which is Hammer of the Ancient, so not sure. The thing is, there's no good pads actually. The good quickest paths don't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, in theory, that's the quickest path. And that's 6. That's 5. Surprisingly, I'm actually good on. I mean, you can get up into here, so I can have the impairment reduction. But here's the thing, impairment reduction is not a big deal. I'm probably going to have to redo this board multiple times. So, I'm not sure exactly how. Like, I have to go here and take off this one. I have a feeling it kind of depends where a lot of my stuff lies. Like, if dexterity is way easier versus strength, certain stuff has more strength potential than the other. I'll leave it this way for now. Which I need all these nodes up here. They kind of actually nerfed full damage to a degree. So, see, I don't know what I'm going to do down here. Because I've been staring at this. I'm always trying to do a straight up build. So you can still have thorns too, but the idea is you're going to have the other. So I have to improvise on boards. See, this is the skin. This is the Lord Eater skin. See, I've gotten lucky that I got the Godfather and I got the one helmet. That's the only two mythics I've gotten out of the whole thing. My friend had this. I got lucky and I got this. Now, you'd ask why I want to use this. That's because quakes can be turned into fire, which is non-physical. There's an ability to do that. So, which in turn is, I mean, 6-1, half a dozen the other. Then I'll probably do the Arsenal version of this. I'll probably do the Arsenal version. So, it's not permanent placeholders in certain gear. Like, technically, without this or this, I'm already, like, higher than I need to be. I already got the max executioner. I just gotta get the whole other part of the Paragon into place. Skills are pretty basic to do. The basics in the skills are... So, the idea is you have... I don't know, Rupture still works. I mean, Quakes are still good. Quakes are very resource intense. I mean, it might be temporarily overkill, so to speak. But it's very highly possible. I mean, bear in mind, my friend tested something similar because kind of what I want to use is Mantle of Mountain's Fury. So Mantle of Mountain's Fury is the other one that could work with it. Mantle of Mountain's Fury, this one. Now, this, it's interesting. Now, in theory, if this works, right, if in theory that works, that's a lot of damage on top of everything else. Now, some stuff here is just placeholders. So, give or take, some is placeholders. Now, theoretically, I have to get the foundation built. I mean, it's been a while. I haven't done this build since probably... See, originally I used HotA. Then they nerfed HotA. Second iteration of this build had to use Killing Blow and used Upheaval. So, Rupture, Bleed, etc. Multiplicative effects is what I'm going for. So, in the codex, let me see. So, there is a way. So, there actually is a way. So, you have to get... Let me see. So, in the codex, see, I got lucky and got... See, I got lucky. Well, actually, I opened up. When I did this character, so I saved up about 40 caches. It was about 40 caches, basically. I had almost all this full. So, it was about 30. Yeah, it was more than that. It's like 40-ish. 40 plus. So you have the leap can create earthquakes. You have ground stomp. You have incendiary. And then you have execution. Okay, so as barring this is your offensive. So I got lucky and got a full execution. That's really hard. So here the executioner's aspect is what you need for like parts, basically. Now the problem is with this build, it's very gear dependent, so to speak. Now, is it good on a UI? No. This is shit on a UI. Like, this is a build I wouldn't recommend on a UI. Like, it's not going to be very UI friendly. By the way, by that I mean the UI friendliness of this build is if you've ever been near if you have ever been near a earthquake barbarian in this game, you will quickly understand why this is not the greatest of builds to be roughly near. I actually think that audio feedback. So I do know HotA works. Now a lot of people are thinking it's about God, but sure. But bear in mind, it's going to take the. Basically, I need something here and keep the Godfather. And what's funny is you have the runes. Now, I am being a little bit fucked over on runes. So. I gotta get the stats. See, I was using this, right? It's like your attack speed. Like, attack speed with this build is really, really good. But it's something I have to see on damage, you know. And it's not gonna look right when something. It's more of a pet build than anything initially. So, forgive me. I go off a build and it works to a degree. So this board is roughly done. I just gotta figure out the glyph for it. As I say, I sit roughly at about tier 70, but on my necro, but that's... See, okay. Normally, Bleed uses Blood Rage. That would have been the second. So it uses Blood Rage. So, HotA-quake is very interesting. So they've nerfed over the overcharging attacks for a you can guarantee one with Bonebreaker, which is Wrath. You can use Bonebreaker, which Decimator is where a lot of your overpower damage comes from. So, like, shit that. So, you have a lot. Okay, so what's funny is if you can make enemies vulnerable, you have a bunch of. Just fucking inconvenient. like how some people already script this out with, like, having 300. I'm like, okay, you're gonna good luck on that one. Good luck getting to 300 Paragon this season, by the way. That ain't gonna happen. Full damage. See, this is gonna have your overpower in it. I don't really like Paragon work. Paragon work is ass half the time. Because you're either... Yeah. No. So that has to be it. Okay. Okay. Why the fuck did he bring it in? Again, where's your exit out the board is a question. What is it saying? So, for every 5 strength. Yeah, so you have to use Twister. 5 strength into 1. So, like, you're talking about every 5. Just using Twister. Dust Devil. You stick a lot of strength in this board. So they go plus 62%. So for creation. Boy, oh fucking boy. I don't like this entrance though. Cause see, okay. My belief is the shortest path, but also the most efficient path. I mean, both of these exits are pretty bad. Like, I mean, technically, a lot of these boards have really bad entrances and bad exits. This is what I was finding. I thought about starting with this board, but I'm still at least gonna have to get over to here. Now, traditional belief is you stick the legendary node on the Jack Squad on the other side. Very similar. Like, this is a type of build. Like, this board is the type you see in Necro Cult, the Cult Leader build, where you take the furthest and you stick it. But it gets you through to the next. But Decimator basically is part. So the bleed board, in theory, so let's say you have 5. So Blood Rage I'm not using. Carnage I'm not using. Decimator I use. Bonebreaker is a must. So Bonebreaker is what allows for not just fortification generation, but as I said, some of these boards are this is the node that guarantees see this one that guarantees overpower. But this has life, but this also has fortification in it. Now, in theory, I say in theory, this is damage reduction while you have fortified. So, in theory, you're not dying as much. Now, I will say this board is where you have down here is you have your overpower built in. Additionally, you have damage nodes built in here. You have life nodes built in here. Pretty much all in all, your damage, while fortified, is stuck in the middle. So, the question is ultimately where the hell you want the path out. So, Bonebreaker. And I think the other one is... So, Weapon Master's good for Arsenal. What I need is Force of Nature. So, Force of Nature is... See, they shove Force of Nature at the end. Right, so Force of Nature gets shoved at the end. Here. So, Force of Nature, a lot of people... It's kind of like... I want to say it's like the Frailty in Necro, where it gets shoved at the end, apparently. And I mean, it's a lot easier board to utterly maneuver, but you are needing, maybe not here, the Dust Devil size. You're not needing the... See, a lot of what you need here is the physical. You need the earthquake damage. You need the node. This is why it's probably... It has a very similar... Like, this has a very similar vibe when you get out towards... See, the Frailty board... So it's a lot of willpower. I guess it all depends on how far out the board I am, so... Armor and life, you probably don't need those. Because I had that as a second. See, earthquakes, right? So the earthquake going and using Dust Devils. So, as you can tell, it's just the idea. Now, confirming that HotA does work with it. I don't know. The only boss power, by the way, I don't have right now is Lilith, which I could probably go in and get. But no offense, fighting Lilith is just a bitch. Because, well, technically, when I fought her at tier 1, she has so much more health than she used to. It's ridiculous. But yeah. The thing about this is, with this build, the HotA Barbarian build, it's never been that most of them are all Quake builds at the end of the day. It's like all Blood Necros devolve or come from Infamous, is what it's called. Like, so the 3 boards that I need left: Decimator, Bonebreaker, and this board. Now, trying to figure out how to do this on the points I have is harder, so to speak. Because, let's assume this is the end board, it's a little bit easier. You come down in here, but there's a lot of damage built into this one. Decimator on one hand is very vital as well, but in reality, Decimator has one of, I swear, the longest... Like, even if, let's say, you shorten it, I mean, there's no way. Like, Honestly, I prefer this as an end board. Okay? I prefer that as an end board. It is ass to get out of this board. Like, going in any way is bad. Go Decimator. It's everything you need. Because there is no quick way into this board. And this would be about the way, even if you bring this into the board, right? You come in through this way. This would be the quickest route. Because you don't want anything here. You need stuff here. And I mean, because the idea is you're making stuff vulnerable. Vulnerable damage is one of the last over. I don't know if it's an additive or multiplicative now. Because the idea of this build has been. Like, it's. Bleed Thorns was always that. I mean, ideally, but there is no quick way out of this board. Okay? There really fucking isn't. Like, it is all bad. It has to be on an end of. Like, even if. What is that? That's all heals. This is all maximum life. Come down to here. You're going to come down to this part. Somehow snake down into here. Fuck, you might as well just. Sorry about language. This is just absolute ass of a board. Paragons. Once you have a paragon figured out, you can tighten it up. But it's getting to that point. This is where your leading overpower damage comes from. Like, I don't like this long entrance. Because this long entrance is, let's assume you come in from here. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're talking either way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8. That's 8 points just to get down this area. If, like, hypothetically, shorter, yes, that's way too long. You're probably still talking about the same regardless. It gets attached where it comes from here in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you can get into roughly here. And I mean, this is healing received. Good work. You. Hold on. I feel like this isn't a good way in either. Because the life, right, like down to here. So, like, that's 10% physical. That's additive damage versus multiplicative. Let's see. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And eventually it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And you're 9 right here. Kick over. Get into the legendary. Somewhere around in here. You can get over. This will make sure your fortification damage is retarded, and you can get into here. As long as you're making enemies vulnerable, it's not going to suck. But then there's the problem of you have to get into here. You have to get into here. It's like 60 points. Not 60 points. This is at least 20 something points. And you don't want that exit down, because the exit out, I mean, the exit out makes more sense if you came in this way. So what is the exit out? That's why you don't see a lot of people do Paragon points. Trying to figure out your own is a little weird. So the Paragon, like, this is a convenient. See, I don't need this over here. See, that's not what I need. I don't need that over there. But all in all, though, it's like trying to figure out the way out. Like, I figure the way out would be up here. I mean, technically, that's a lesser way out, but I still have to get down into. So, if I go an amulet, like 1,000 armor is max at tier 4. It doesn't really matter as long as you have 1,000 armor. But it doesn't feel great. See, that's what I don't like. Because I already know. Like, I just don't like that board. Trying to figure out the connecting board. Not about this board. So, Bonebreaker doesn't have a really good out, too. Bonebreaker ultimately. There's no quick way out of it. Everything you need out of here is. So the damage while fortified is you can shove up to here. Basically. Fortification generation. As I say, this will probably be the last. This should be the last board. I don't know. I say the other one should be the last board. There's no. It's one of the longest ways into a board, regardless of what you need. And there's no good ways. I mean, what's really the less in force of nature, though? See, force of nature is a lot better if you come into here and you have multiple exits out, which don't suck, but you could go out to here. You can make a line that goes through here and connect the line here. Basically. Or you don't need those nodes. it's not as bad as a spreadsheet game because Path of it's a lot of what you could reorganize and redo. Because the thing about a lot of the boards here is just the point A to point B. So I mean, you have a resistance built in down here, which is force of nature. Because from what I'm seeing is they want force of nature. So it's not the hammer of the ancients, right? They're like been using the same build for a while. So like earthquake builds are nothing new. Like it's just been an issue. Just hate it. So we're talking about the arsenal system. Like they say, Tybalt's. Nope. Let's see. Don't like it. War cry. Blood Rage and the Decimator into... So it's Blood Rage, Decimator, Force of Nature, and Weapon Master they use. That just feels like shit. So where did they shove Force of Nature? So they shoved Force of Nature. Person made a T. So they made a T. That's okay. I don't like the look of this. It's a better out than what you think. It's a better way, so to speak. Funny part is, if you needed quick, this is like if you needed quick here, right? To go in, then have that be the way out. Get into here. See, I don't know. So that seems far worse. Like, earthquakes do a shit ton of damage if left alone into their own devices. So, and that is a relatively... I mean, technically you're still coming down to here and you're grabbing all of these. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Grabbing all of those. You're having to grab all those up there too. You have to grab all of these and make your way out of the board. You're making your way. So you're going through here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So yeah, so it's like 25, 26, 27. Right, so 27 to here. Load. Right here. That's 27. 27. That's not even the way out the fucking board yet. Yeah, so that's 27 up there. Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23. 24. 5, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, I was right. That's about a 60 board. This is about a 60-point board. In its finality, it's almost 69. It's almost like 60 points. Fucking servers. These servers have been ass for days. By the way, it's been horrible. Okay. Yeah, but really, desyncing. Like, if I were going legit AFK, right, you'd think the game would know. Unfortunately, not. Oh boy, so at least I gotta get this build done. The problem here is... Okay, so... Thank you for the game crashing. For some nature, what I was doing. Thank you. Back to the fucking board I was thinking. What's the quickest way through here? So this is like a 60-point board. It's about 60 points. Ish. I say ish. Technically, I don't. Like, okay. If I have the ones I have, I don't need these. Okay. I might be able to save some, but I'm still going to have to go all the way down through here. I'm going to have to come through here. Like, if I want the extra resistance, I have to come through here. There's not a choice. I have to go through. But I have, like, over resistance right now at tier 4 between the Urats and the Ragnars. It sounds easier. I don't know. It'd be like the way if... One, two, three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right here. It's 18 just right here. That's 18 just right there. That's 18 just right there. And then assume that's 18. That's without going over bare minimum. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. That's 43 without an X. That's 43. Yeah, that's 43 without an X. Seriously. Yeah, that's 43 without an X. Yeah, no, that's 43 points without that. Then assuming since you're already this direction, if you came in this way, at its shortest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's 20 right there. $20, $21, $22, $23, $24, $6, $7, $8, $9, $30, $31, $32, $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41, $42, $43. That's 43 to right there. It's 43. $43. $43. $44, $45, $46, $47, $48, $49, $50. That's 50 right there. 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. You can save one. Theoretically, you can save one. Really depends. Here. Gets you out of the board. That's not the exit out of the board, though. And you still have about... You have the exit out of the board is going to suck horribly. You have the legendary node, you cut through here. Well, this is rough refining until I know the nodes I need. Because what's weird is there's not an easy way out. So... Well, the part would be is you go straight over one. You go here. You go here. Stuck. Okay. It's like a difference. difference of one. But it nails most of them. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the board. Regardless if it is 6 out of the board. 5, 6, 3, 4, 5. Save here. But see, up here has one more, but one more strength. So I should be getting more strength from here. Basically, but you're talking about 111. It's just out of the board. I mean, I'm saving in theory only one if I go the other direction. So it's roughly about the same. Let's see. What does Dex do for me? They changed that. Dexterity is critical strike chance. Intelligence is resistance. Strength is armor. It's also resource gain. So, shit. So if I change, in theory, I mean, well, what is it? A lot of the skills I need is willpower, dexterity, willpower. Willpower. I mean, intelligence. I mean, I don't think that changes that much. Does it? 2% difference? I mean, that's like a 2% difference. By nowhere means is this the final board for this. I hate this board. There is no easy way out of either of these boards. No matter what, you're still fucking sucking. Jesus. There's no way out of these boards. So even if you fucking come through here, hell, no short way through them. And you have them at the end. This is just healing received. Ish. Like, we're going straight down the damn board, even. Going straight down the board. Well, that's an alternative. Like, it's not much. It's still a hell of a way out of a board. That is a long way out of a board. That is a long, long way. Because see, you don't care about this. Not in reality. Kind of want this here. But you don't care about the other. You don't care, like. Assuming, right? You don't have an amulet with good armor. You could always make up your armor in the board. Armor in the board is not hard on barbarians. Never has been. Because they're inherently tied to strength. Oh, you're going sorter. It's all good. I'll have to do a review, and I'm waiting to hear from Multi on that lovely multiverse. The trailer, by the way. Apparently Thunderbolts was total ass. Actually, Thunderbolts was terrible. Now I'm playing and right now I'm playing the spreadsheet game. I have been farming on my other character, but I have to get the board right for this. I'm taking Earthquake and I'm taking Bleed. Well, Earthquake and HotA really are one and the same, but once you understand how to build them. These are both long. Like, good lord, trying to get out of either end of these boards is stupid. Like, even if you rotate it this way, make your way, which forces you because you still need these. You say, fuck it. So you don't have to go over here. So you say, fuck it, and you don't have to go over there. But my necromancer's doing really well. It just took a lot of farming to get that character about right. Now I gotta get this one right. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here. Going to here, 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 and here. Question is if I need healing received. It's probably should see if It's like 10. What to say? 10 right here. What, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to here. Which gives me this. Unless you carry it just over the 1, and then you're going to be going into this. See, I don't need healing received, is the thing. Healing received is good, but healing received is not what I need. Go connecting over there regardless. Board his ass to get out of too. Like it. This board's horrible to get out of. See, like, this board is bad to get out of. It's too far. I don't like Paragon boards. Paragon boards are just, they're so annoying. Like, you have to position them. So, technically, this is a straight through line. Right? So this is a straight through line. In a way. It's a straight through. You can avoid down to here. So that's probably be very, very boring stream, regardless watching this. Ah. But here we go. Right. Good. Give or take. Let's see. If you want one through line, give or take. It might be easier to do one through line through here. But, and I say but, you have to go up through, like a straight through line, but you still have to cut up through the middle of the board. So basically a spreadsheet game, you know. So at the end of the day, fuck it at the end. Doesn't make sense to have more than one through line. And even the through line through here, willpower. What do they recommend? What? This is Decimator. Territorial? Say deck. No, I don't like that. I don't like this at all. I hate it. That is bad. Because what do they say? They break it in. Oh, see, yeah. See, they take the long way out of the board. But that doesn't save you at all. So what they do is they have it flipped to where this is the entrance. See, the problem is a lot of these nodes aren't really good. So, like, that's a good one for Remble is. Remble's on Blood Rage. I find it interesting. Paragon points don't cost anything anymore. That's until I need more armor. The everything I have uses dexterity and willpower, so strength is important, but ultimately strength is going to cap out. Roughly, it's about the same way. Depends on how much either strength or dexterity you wind up using. But it's the same route, though. Give or take. Spreadsheets. Leave that one. Then I have to rework it when I know which ones I want through here. The moment I know which ones I need through, I'll be better. I'll be a lot better. So, so the idea. This is still an expensive through board. It's an expensive through board. Yeah, it's like if you ever see Path of Exile, even Path of Exile 2's skill tree, it would be. Honestly, I would rather do Paragon boards than do theirs. Fortunately, this is the gift in leftovers from Diablo 3. So the issue itself, right, is what's the easiest way through this board? I mean, all in all, right? Like, it makes more sense. Now I see why they're doing the. I see why they're doing the through. Now. I do. I see kind of why they went the through route. Believe it or not. I see why a lot of these boards are doing this. Because it makes more sense. It's what, 5 into 6. But you're still pulling that. It's a cleaner line. See, that's still 5. So, what? 5. 2, 3, 4. So we're talking like that. 43. I mean, it all depends. I mean, I'll have to rework this based upon, what is it? Depending on the ones I want. I just don't. Okay, so this is all decks, right? So, what's there? Every dex? No. Say through every dex. See, depends if you're using a mace or you're using the other one. See, a lot of these. Uh, every 5. If there's a lot of decks in this board, could rework that one. Could rework that one. Blood Feeder. Every 12 seconds, so dominates the other really good one. Just a question of where I put it. I just gotta get out, find a suitable way out of a lot of these boards. What's like a good through line? Honestly, it just depends on the through line. Yeah. Well, ultimately, it's a difference of 1. Take from one to get to the other. Currently, I'm at like 18.3% crit, so thing that just said skills do 200%. So gets me most of that. Willpower. I mean, 16% of intelligence is that's 16% of my intelligence, my resist, but largely it's coming from the diamonds and the other. But other than that, Jesus. So, 2 others. It's either going to be Decimator. Right? I like this, though. I feel that that's better. I mean, either way, you're going to have to go down to here. You're going to have to go down. You're going to have to come down to here. And see why they did this. That is a very long way out of this board. They're spending probably... I mean, even this route. It's just inefficient as well. Even with this route, it's still... I mean, you cut across. Because I want to avoid. I hate these long corridors. Never liked them. I've never liked the long corridors. Because the long corridors have always been just traps, so to speak. They're usually wasted. Because there's like 3 extra. They're always wasted. Eh. I mean, they're roughly similar, aren't they? Similar. Because, like, it's 4. I feel like I'm going to be cutting it in anyways back over there. One, two, three, 4. Yeah, but it's like, I'm not saying that's a dead end, because this is kind of a dead end. Because assuming you go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's about 10 out to here regardless. You might as well. Like, you literally might as well. Take the healing received, right? It's either that or you gotta go down. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here. See, if I have anything that gives me healing received, I can expand that out. Gotta get over to here somehow. There's only 2 through lines. It's either gonna be intelligence and strength, which don't make sense. We'll just go strength and willpower. Through here. Through there. See, now you're nitty gritty, because a lot of these boards you're traveling regardless. Now, the question is, what's the quickest way out? I mean, both of these boards just have long ways out if you're trying to get out to them. Out of them in general. 2. Because you're still trying to get over to here. See, all of this stuff uses dexterity. Strength or dexterity, basically. This route has more strength. But through here, it's... Hold on. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, but it's this goes out to here. Right, so you're going out to here. And it honestly depends on this node. Right there. Because if that node is what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get into here. 1, 2, 3, 4 comes into here. So, but that's like 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so that's like 15. This is just more. Four more than you need. You still have the same route. Then 54, meaning in the final board. My disgust for this board. My disgust for this absolute board. Because there's no good way into this board. Thing is, dominate is redundant. There's no good way in. Every way is a lot of fucking points. Even if you shove it all the way into a corner. I mean, honestly, I can actually see why. I can absolutely see why someone took one of these boards and you can just interconnect them. Like if you have that as a through line connector board, which one comes off? into in more of a way, you're absolutely have a really stupid idea. I have a really, really, really weird idea. I really do. I have a really, really stupid idea. Okay. The idea is it just might be better. Because if you hypothetically spur it off, so you make this a transit board, so to speak, where if you make this a transit board, where you can have 2 exits off, basically. You're going a little further. Good direction. Need to find a really good direction. What might turn out to be better is I turn this. You have it as a transit board. Here, I could stick off one of those other 2. Let's protocol the problematic planning boards. You can have one. It's going to cost more points. I think. I know it's going to cost more points. But if it works, like honestly, if this works, it's a lot better. Because you could have 2 boards branch off of here. So maybe 2 or 3 that but I would have to plan it right though. Because the only way they cross over is by these exits. Here. See, if you planned it where one, let's say you have two exits out of a board, one would be here and one would be there. But have it be a central board. Might solve my issue I'm having with the Bone Breaker board. It might just be the solution that I need. What it feels like, at least. I think that's what it is. I'm gonna need. Make that up. As I said, make it a transit board. Because out here is way too hard. It might just be utterly better at that. Might just turn out to be a dumber idea, too. Right. Have it go out that way. And it just might turn out if you turn this into one of the main transit boards. But you're going to have two. I mean, golf of it is less bad. But you still got to hit that middle. Because you're going to be hitting that middle regardless. You still have the one. So I said, generally, problem is, it's just theory crafting. Because I know this build works. The thing is, it's getting the board right. The board works. But I gotta get this board correct. It's the biggest problem. So if I make that a transit board. So the idea you come off of this one. Let me see. Because that solves an issue that I would have. Hemorrhage, blood wave. But I still need hemorrhage. Hemorrhage isn't a good one either. Yeah, see, hemorrhage has that really good one as well. Like, if I... Hemorrhage could be a really good... See, I'm not sure, actually. Hemorrhage has that transit board thing going on, too. It could have... See why this took hours. I had an idea, and I'm going to have to undo it. Fortunately, there's no safe... There's no really good foolproof ways of this. Just had a very brilliant idea. I did. What is it? See, you're gonna need both of those. There's two. There's two damage while bleeding on this board. Fortunately, I'm not too happy about this. This has always been theory crafting, right? It's easier to figure it until you have to figure the board. I think that might be inadvertently it. And have an exit out. Short. You can have the exit out to one side. I don't need anything. I don't need impairment. Be positioning this right. Thing here, it's about positioning this board correctly. So, hemorrhage, decimator. Decimator doesn't have, like, decimator can have 2 points out of it, but largely not really. If you're trying to go out one. There you are, roll to you. So 310. 310? Oh. Anyways. 310. Think. Wait, mute myself anyways. Okay, so hemorrhage, carnage. Yeah. So I need... Let's see, force of nature. See, that's the funny part about the force of nature board. Like, if it weren't so utterly... like, shit. I just hate the direction of it. Quite honestly. So what I like is I like this line here. Like, symmetrically, this line is better. Right? The point save would be right here. There is no good way into this board. Like, this is like a connector board, so to speak. Better than a actual board. Or it's a better in board where you're just pulling here. Like, if Force of Nature is an in board, Force of Nature would be a better in board. Hemorrhage. Only thing I need on this board is this out here. Right. The thing I need is that one. I don't really need anything in the middle. I need here. I guess there was a 2. See, bleed damage is on 2. So bleed damage goes out to here. Bleed damage is there. But I have to make my way through this board out here. See, I mean, you could have the impairment reduction. And all impairment reduction is... so I don't have the other. Roughly 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We both are same, but one has more strength, the other one has more dexterity. Wait, the bad, I have another one be that transit board. So I think I was on the right track before. See, willpower is just resource generation. So 41.5. So 41.5. ish. That's 7. But this would be the place you have a transit board. And go both down north and south or east in one of the two directions. But they don't sound either. Because it doesn't. You would have both. One going north and south. So if one goes that, I mean, you're going to have healing received regardless. Because bleeding, the bleed has a self heal. But it is a shorter path. Dex, because what's this board? All these nodes. See, that's armor and full. Yeah, see, that's armor and full damage. So you're definitely going to get those. I feel like you're going to be spending. So you're picking up healing received regardless. Down. So it's down into the other. So it's not quite what looks like a straight, say, 4. It's kind of like 4 regardless, right? So 4 into this, that, cut down. So it's like. It honestly depends on strength. Because you're still coming down to it. See, this is the problem, right? A lot of these boards you're all traveling at, which doesn't change. Because I'm going to need this regardless. Need up 2, 3, 4. I mean, technically, Like, this is a closed section. Like, this isn't some 1, 2, you come in here and you can take out that. Because this is not going to connect down. Because what I would want is I want a short path. But the see, coming in the long way at least cleans up a section. See that fix that issue. But not entirely down here. It's roughly the same. I mean, it's roughly the same-ish. So there's 3 strength that way. Strength, 3 strength, 2 intelligence. 1 intelligence, 2. Top row doesn't have much better. See, what's funny is I can stick stuff with willpower here. This be a good willpower board. That's a good willpower board in the terms of that. Honestly, if I knew I could get healing, I would stick one there, and I'd stick that there right now. See if this turns out slightly better. Force of nature, right? Not quite what I was looking for. See, the one would be as you come directly from in. The issue is, this isn't a good board regardless. Like, if you're ending it wiped out in here is a different story. Because you're still having to come down into roughly here. Just down through. Because if you go through this exit, this or would be the entrance, you're still going around. So this is the bottom. So this is the bottom. Oh. And two other people. So if this is the bottom, I have a better idea. My idea blew my face though. Okay. What's the passive? Because the damage to close, right? So we're talking raw strength and then the other. Raw strength and then the like here. Like the cut through path is ass regardless. See the symmetry, I just hate it. It's because the symmetry bothers me. Because if you look at the way the it works, because the last two that I want are, see, the last two boards that I inherently want is, let's see, Bonebreaker I need. I need Bonebreaker, right? So Bonebreaker's one. Like, there's no really good ways into Bonebreaker. Bonebreaker's the one that I'm thinking could be a transit board like that, but there's not really a good way. Like Bonebreaker, it just is that board that everything you need. So Bonebreaker goes from, see, fortification generations on the end by the legendary, which would be way the fuck down here. See, and this be fortification generation. Fortification generation in that, but this is what guarantees the overpowers. That is like dominate, but that would clash with dominate. That clashes with dominate. Sometimes is where I wish I was about 250 right now. I can actually play with this more. See, my pet peeves with boards is I have one. Like, all these boards, like my other boards, have a straight through. This, I have to take extra points just to get around. It's not even good either. It's just there. I have to take like 3 extra paths just to fucking do it. It's stupid. Like, clearly, damage reduction while fortified, you're not gonna use. Just the fucking purpose. Because it's not even the requirements, but your paths. Pathing requires you to go down straight here. Pathing is here. Part of me just wants to shove that point to the left because of the way I think. See, visually, that doesn't look right. That's a worse board. My eyes. So with Bodebreaker, right? If they right, nah. This is would be the idea I would have. Because that's sheer fucking OCD right there. But regardless, that's a shitty. Look, it's really shitty to have to go through either of these boards, to be honest. Because the majority of these boards, like trying to go through here, is because I need maybe not down to here, because this is life. But this is where a hypothetical inboard, where Bonebreaker is the last. Because the thing with Bonebreaker being last, Bonebreaker is the see, okay, so if you have Dominate, you're guaranteed an overpower. So that's the big part. Dominate, you're guaranteed. But that's a strength requirement. Bonebreaker is just Dominate in general. So it's getting these last 2 boards placed. Look, it's more hypothetically possible to just do it the other way. With like Shiro's, like for those things with OCD, like there's just no way in here that I like. I just don't like any of this. I don't like any of this way in. It all bothers me. Both ways into this board bother me. Both ways in. I don't like any of it. Because if you come in one way, you're going to grab these. Like, assuming you don't have the other parts, you're grabbing that. But I see an easy way out of the board. It's an easy board to get out of. Just the path of shit. So, I just don't like the path. Because here is dust duration in that, so it's not really as trap as much as the other. But there's no good through line. C1 has a higher dexterity. The other one of these require strength, so should be good. Here, but as you see, there's no straight down. Normally, most boards have a straight down through, whether it be extra points. Barbarian boards always have turns. All barbarian boards have turns. 6 one, half a dozen the others. The question of how much. Like, quite honestly. See, that has more strength. That has more dexterity. That has more strength. See, that's strength. This is straight dexterity. This is straight dexterity down. 3 dexterity. And this is 3 The question would be how important is dexterity and how in strength, depending on the stats of the one. Let's go this way. Probably grab that. Good. So I don't like this. It's probably gonna be what's sad is this is gonna be the best play. Honestly, this looks like the best route. I don't know why. It's better. But I don't know what. It's just so screwed up. Like the fact that this is the only viable. It's because all these boards require transit. All these boards require severe transit ranges. Either you're spending like 5 Like, if I show any other boards, classes boards, you don't have this issue. Because every other board doesn't have these issues. That's the thing. Every other board doesn't. Every other board requires that. I mean, well, welcome to the life of dealing with Gray. Gray drops off the planet long before. So, like, he does. Well, sometimes you can get it. Like, I mean, but he had a tendency to overbook himself. Uh, uh, by the way, how did you like the, terrible Fantastic Four teaser in Thunderbolts? It's right at the end, suppose. You didn't see right at the end. It looks like the retro version of the Fantastic Four ship. It's the one that looks like in the art style of the Fantastic Four film. But, by the way, Matt, I gotta ask you, How did you like the Sentry character? That annoyed the piss out of me. Okay, there's a version of Sentry where he's just a deranged madman. Like, the Void. Okay, the Void is like a cosmic power on level of the Phoenix. There's parts where the Void is like pure, like he is invincible because he has the Void. When Sentry goes insane, it's almost a borderline planetary threat because nobody can stop him. Yeah. No. Mm. They're okay. It's three. Okay, what they call this version of the Thunderbolts is literally three people with the infinity formula and one which is Black Widow's sister, which God, her as an actress or her in that role, I can never like, like at all. She's a good actress, but she's stuck in a really shitty role. No, but let me say too, because the problem is right with Century. Quick, quick with him and two separate things. Ugh. I don't like this. I don't like. I don't like this way down. Don't like this at all. The problem is I'm surviving and I'm good. I'm doing better. I mean, granted, I was been feeling like borderline crap for like 2 days, but other than that, it's all good. Just dealing with the busy month, and yeah, no, you're a little late to the moon party. I mean, God, there is Multiverse of Madness is the film that the reason why it's memed on, I'm sure Matt would agree or disagree, is the fact it is where it's kind of like there's a lot of theories like in the Flash film. The reason why the Flash film, like they went with a lot of directions, it's supposed to represent Multiverse of Madness was supposed to be the next great threat was going to be the multiverse. Something from there, the Kangs, the something else. So, mm, mm, mm. See, Multiverse of Madness is a film that has a lot of bases, but it's not the best. Too many concepts, and plus, it's either both the Kangs, and then they switched to doing Secret Wars, which fine, which they're gonna go balls deep into Secret Wars, by the way, apparently. Mm. Thunderbolts are usually yeah, it's more akin to a really like a Suicide Squad level, but it goes not as much the how they use the Suicide Squad as much as it is either anti-heroes or super villains. They either give a task of doing the dirty jobs basically. Like depending on the team, it has a couple of always consistents, but it also has like fill-ins. Like at one point, would you consider the Red Hulk for it, or would you do the other? Because it is supposed to be like the penal colony team, or the people that they could say, oh, they're supervillains. They wind up doing stuff, or right on. Hmm. Now, the problem with Thunderbolts is the way they do the team, it's kind of stupid. It's literally because I hate the whole, like, it's like doesn't make sense because you have, like, one of the biggest crimes in the current MCU is actually the Red Guardian. Looks like this is going to be, like, the best way down. ugly board. Got what? I have an idea. Hmm. Board. Oh, your choices. Either what I despise. Ah. So the issue. So the issue here is. Well, the problem is the MCU has misused Madam Hydra for so damn long. That's her name. Okay, Multi. She is supposed to be Madam Hydra. That's actually who she is supposed to be. And she has been. Okay, so the process by. So she's supposed to be the CIA director who has been doing a bunch of stuff through the films, I guess. Because I guess without the Avengers, she decides to move forward with Project Century, whether they say Century is a product of the super soldier serum, but like the it's always I've always hated the MCU's version of the super soldiers formula and how they use it. But like the idea is she's been conducting experiments and she's been in like the other films because the beginning of the film Multi is supposed to have kicked off right after Captain Falcon in the winter. I mean, the Captain Falcon film, where, oh yeah, no, huh. So shit, ready to this board. Yeah, that's probably have to be down at the very bottom. think you need to come through here. I disagree. Multi's over here saying about the Thunderbolts has a weird, like it looks like my little. It's supposed to be Madam Hydra. That was drop it. I'm doing the mental math in my head, and this is sucking horribly. It's either you go down this way. Then you hit here. See, either it's going to be switched. Really? No, sorry. Someone came to the door. Um, no. The thing on Thunderbolts, it's not that I don't like it. The thing is, the idea of okay, they do not know how to consistently write the super soldier formula. Like it's supposed to be okay. The infinity formula is a knockoff version of it that they have constantly used. It was inverted by the Russians to create the original Winter Soldier. Now, they call the Red Guardian, in the comics, the Red Guardian is a mutant. Okay? He's a mutant. But they didn't have the rights to mutants, so they had to say he was a knockoff of the Russian Infinity Formula experiments. Now, that's fine. He's a really good actor. But originally, as Matt probably knows, in the comic, he's a mutant. You have basically, it makes sense that you have the comic, you have the Captain America, the not I think he's called Flag Smasher in the comics at one point, but Walker, right? Like he basically is the evil Captain America. Kind of like he's one of those people, he's given it, but he's still acknowledged as, but he has the infinity formula. The thing is, the infinity formula is supposed to make people over a period go insane. That's why Nick Fury. See, Nick Fury got it, and then Nick Fury has it. Junior has it by blood. So, being the child, that's the Black Nick Fury. That's probably why, like, he ages and he can stay powerful. But a lot of the team, it's fine. Some of the acting is really good. The action scenes are good. Like the introduction of Sentry as a crazy person. Now, there is some weird the way the dialogue is. They have wasted Madam Hydra. That's actually who she's supposed to be. Now, the crazy part about it is, it's not that this is a follow-up to Black Widow as much as they're reworking how the placeholders of these films go. So apparently, timeline-wise, it goes Captain America, or Captain Falcon, Thunderbolts, and the end credits is supposed to lead into Fantastic Four, which I think is an edit. Now, whether or not it stays, I do think it was the target for this film was still meant for children. Half the film, I'm like, the humor is off to me. Like, they want to be serious, but not serious, and it's like lighthearted Deadpool humor, like with Yelena in the beginning. But I've just never liked Yelena as the Black Widow replacement. Like, it's always been out of place in the MCU, so to speak, because it's just weird. Like, you can look at the various parts, but, like, you can tell either in the rewriting at some point where, do you remember in Captain Falcon, basically, or Brave New World, Bucky barely appears. But in this one, he's timely, he's in the places, and I think that's a post-scripting thing. And it really fits. But now, the thing about... Now, I do think some of the fights are really good. Like, when you're trying to explain what the Sentry's powers are, the Sentry, as I was stating is like a celestial force. Like, he can fight Thanos. Like, I think, like, during one of the Marvel events, he is basically like if evil Superman goes evil without a conscience. That is basically what the Void is. You are talking about where they had to invent plot armor at one point in the comic so he would battle with himself. Now, do I think... I did call the ending prior to the film. Prior to when I heard it was. I go, they were just going to talk him down like some My Little Pony episode or something. And I'm like, I mean, look, the idea is basically, how do you stop? He is equivalent to trying to stop Dr. Manhattan. Okay? Like, literally, like, even when DC's had to deal with, like, Dr. Manhattan, he just has that much power. Your average heroes can't deal with him. Like, the teaser, supposedly, it's going around, is literally Doctor Doom is going to kill Thanos on the spot. Okay, that's going to be interesting how that occurs. But the concept is Sentry is very powerful, but he still has a conscience. Now, they do a good way of explaining the relationship, because if you catch in the fight scene in the vault area, she accidentally touches a thing that unthaws him, basically, from the box. But the thing about, they also kill the female Taskmaster. Taskmaster's power is not as much power as his ability to fight. Like, he can duplicate moves. Like, but without the powers. Like, in the comics, he runs around with a shield. So the thing about when you see all the three super soldiers fight, like Ghost, arguably, they say Ghost has to hold her body together. Technically, Ghost is like an advanced AI, like he has on a suit traditionally that can interface with technology and advance things. Where and it's fine because the recent iterations of Ghost have been female. So it's fine. All Ghost is basically a anti-hero that goes around with technology, interfaces it, and tries to steal it or blow it up. So, and what's funny in this film, okay, do you know how, like, we were reviewing Daredevil? Do you know the events that lead to Fisk becoming mayor in Shadowlands is? It's the No, what I mean, do you know the events? What's funny is Matt would know this. The events that lead to it, it's actually towards the end of Dark Reign where uh Baron Zemo, who's part of the Dark Avengers, uses Sentry to go crazy, and he basically puts the equivalent to a black hole level of energy void field around New York. That's it. That's right at the end of Dark Reign. So what's funny is that's a little fun fact because I'm like, if you're gonna do that without explaining the void, I guess that's gonna be interesting. But I look at the film and it's not a terrible film, but like the big thing is it still comes down to like three super soldiers fighting Sentry. And then I always thought it was weird with plot armor. It's not Yelena's character as much as you can shut down the Sentry with like an implant. No. But then again, it's the version and the power of how they have him. And it's strange how it's going to lead into the next Avenger film. Like, if everything now depends on how they're going to execute Secret Wars. Because if Secret Wars, and I'm going to assume it's Secret Wars 2015 they're going for, where it is the incursions, where the multiverses, where the Avengers have to go to other multiverses to blow up them so the other universes don't come colliding in. And ultimately it leads to God Emperor Doom presiding over stuff, saving what is left in the multiverse, and then he's eventually goes crazy with power and does it. Because there's like several different post-credit scenes. You see the one with the Fantastic Four. You also have the one where they show, which to me it's like weird CGI, with Thanos, Doctor Doom fighting Thanos in Secret Wars. So you are talking, but it looks like a Mortal Kombat fatality. Which, I mean, okay, whatever version of Doom this has to be a version because they've already kind of spoiled Fantastic Four. The reason why we don't see that universe of Fantastic Four is because the fact that world was destroyed. But we don't know how it gets destroyed. So that's a little plot thing. Because they've already said the world that the Fantastic Four come from gets destroyed. But we don't know how. Whether it's a multiverse incursion or something to that degree. Well, okay, that's going to be okay. That is going to be a big thing with Fantastic Four. I think is I'm going to hold out hope it's going to be a really really good film because that's going to be a full-size Galactus. I do not think there's supposed to be cameos in there too because it's going to be that that version of Fantastic Four is supposed to be the first family of superheroes versions. Which I don't think Galactus, like, I think he's going to make a deal with Galactus, unless I highly doubt they're going to say that that world gets destroyed. But that, a lot of this all depends on the writers landing a plot. But we know prior to Secret Wars, the reason why we haven't seen them supposedly is that world was destroyed. That was probably because of the incursion. And the idea is Multiverse of Madness, right, was supposed to lead up to the idea of the incursions. Which, well, we just do not know because of, like, the moment we confirmed it was going to be Secret Wars, right? They have talked about, I think, one of the films that has been done is one of them. And they're talking about using, it's going to be a film and it's the villain's going to be the Beyonder. And it's either going to be the actual villain of Secret Wars, will not be Doctor Doom. It will be the Beyonder. And there is either a teaser or a concept, but it's all going to be how they lead up to the next few films. Because, Matt, I'm going to say this. Have you seen, you know the one I'm talking about, right? They hinted at a movie that the main plot is actually them fighting the Beyonder. That's the plot. I have to look because I know it was an announced project. He goes beyond power. You think trying to adjust the Century's power, you have to adjust the Beyonder himself is probably, well, if you handle him like they handled the Collector's supposed to be a celestial entity too, but he's not. But anyway, no. They do that. 2015. That was the one with the incursion. Yeah. No, that's good. I mean, it's a good, entertaining film in sections, but it is also annoying and obnoxious in its downtime. Like, outside the fight scenes, I mean, I just think some of the writing and the commentary, it's not even the plot armor that's weird. It's like Walker's character is good. Uh, it feels like some of the acting is absolutely wasted on a bad plot. Like, it's literally the CIA. I'm like, she's probably going to be removed by the time Avengers comes out. Like, I have a feeling she's going to get removed somehow because they're talking about impeaching her for basically stuff because she's basically, as I said, we've always known it's been hinted at she's basically Madam Hydra. So go figure. If you know who Madam Hydra is, you surprisingly, just because entertainment, I get it 6 out of 10. But it has its plot is not good. Like but its fight scenes are good. Like I'm fine with like I gotta understand the dialogue fight for the fight at the end. She goes, Void's like Sentry's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be a god. Well, yeah, in this version of Marvel, you're a god because nothing can stop you, right? That because that's the big deal. Like, and then just like, why do I have to listen to you? And then he just starts deleting people literally from existence by going, boop, boop. They turn to black mist. Quick. I'm like, well, it's going to be interesting. But I'm like, but it's not like the most demented because like anybody, if you just look up who the Void is, you you knew kind of what they were signing up for. Yes. Oh god, multi. Yes. Uh, 'I have a feeling it's gonna be better. I have a feeling it's gonna be better to go down towards this way. But I need this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29. You're hating Fury. Tolerable. Good. See, American Chavez, the biggest problem with her as a character is ultimately she's she's an originally like a bisexual or a lesbian character depending on the version. She she's always been she's a Deus Ex Machina character traditionally. And that's why like I always thought it was weird when Mom was going to have her as a main thing, and I'm like, this is just modern Marvel trying, or some writer think they found some special character, but she's not. She's an annoying character that is overused or used improperly quite frequently. I am not harsh. Multiverse of Madness had a lot of issues. See, Gear is gonna be the hardest part for this character. The only issue is this build's very gear dependent. Multiverse of Madness suffers from more or less the issue that it's sometimes a weird film for, okay, the Illuminati, you have to explain them as they're like Reed Richards in all of them. Like, because Hulk does something really stupid, and like Hulk does Hulk things, he goes out, he winds up hulking out and destroying like part of Las Vegas. So they put him on a rocket ship and they send him off to where he eventually has a child with a woman on there, Scar. He finds his way back to Earth, and that starts the whole World War Hulk arc. That is more or less because the idea of them using the Illuminati, it's not like, okay, fun fact, Multi. You hate the fact about Black Bolt? There's a reason why Black Bolt whispers. Okay, so the concept is, in some parts he doesn't. He okay, so it's not just a plot thing with him. But you gotta understand, part of it is, and especially when they kind of do the whole thing and they show Shimagorath. Like, there's a whole part to that film that is like, it either went through a bunch of rewrites or just it's an odd film that is out of place. It's not that it has some very good acting, but it also shows the hole in the plot of what they were trying to do. And it's a film that gets criticism because of its layout more than anything else. Which it's long term because, as I said, American Chavez, how she was used at Marvel at the time and what her importance is, it shows a lot of writers went to her as the go-to, but she's a weird character to use. But like Wanda going off the heels of the WandaVision and finding the Darkhold, the Darkhold is always meant to make people go insane. So it's a weird film that had way too many plot issues. It's one of those things, and that's why its legacy as a film is bad. But that's why I say, like, parts of the film are good, parts of the film are. It hasn't aged really well because it was supposed to introduce the idea of the multiverse and the multiversal threat. Because they establish if you mess with the multiverse or what could happen. Because the Doctor Strange thing, it'd be like, maybe it's their attempt at the early phases. But again, the executions and the follow ups kind of hindered the film in all the threads. So that's why Multiverse of Madness is just a strange film that it's aged very, very weirdly. It's just that film it's not fondly thought of well because it's a convoluted mess. Because they didn't know what they wanted to do with it. And if it's a basis film, you need to capitalize on it. That's what I say. I'm good. I'm good. I need that. I mean, I'd give it like outside of its plot, I give it like a 7 out of 10. Surprisingly, it's not. It's not its plot. Like its cinematography and maybe some of the CGI is wonky, but it's interesting concept. But I mean, the executions and the follow up in the cycles afterwards what hurt that, because I don't think the multiverse plan was the original concept. But then someone just goes, "Oh, we need to pull out Secret Wars and the multiverse," and it wasn't because of what happened to Michael Majors either. I think the whole thing is they're like, we're gonna use Kang as a multiversal threat. Okay. But I'm just like, but who's gonna be the main villain? And I'm like, either you can kind of figure where they were gonna go, but hey, that's what I usually say. Comics. Mm. I need better weapons. I need gear. By the way, Matt, that ties in with What If, the What If series. See, I gotta figure out the weapons for this character. Because I want to keep this, but I'm probably gonna have to replace that. What is my MC? See, what I want. Core. Really? See, I need, see, I need weapons for this character. See, like, this is good, but I need... like, 3 things. DCEU is a little bit... you gotta get there. Oh, I just have... my current rotation of games is Diablo 4. I got, like, Dune the Dark Ages on the 15th. I need to finish up Expedition 33. And took a KCD too, but, like, this is going into a very busy month. I do mostly gaming and, entertainment stuff, and I help multi out periodically. So, long form. And eventually, whenever Mandalore gets better, I'm gonna have to start a thing on Star Wars Legacy series, long term. So, so I need. So I need this one, that one. So here. So I'm gonna need to. See, I got lucky and got this. Huh? Yes. See. Oh, Matt, no. Oh, God. Okay, that takes care of that. Yes. Does Executioner double on a two-hander? Yes, it does. So I'm gonna need... there's people who haven't gotten the, it's this one. So on a two-hander, that's right. Perfect. See, this has been my big project to get out of the way, okay? Like, the second character, right? Because the concept of this character is something people have See, a lot of people who do barbarians, like, I knew HotA worked because what I want to do is mantle a mountain's fury, but I gotta, like, farm one up. Uh, what I need, what would be perfect, by the way, is gauntlets with basic attack and attack speed. Attack speed is retarded with this build. Even I know. Like, it's fine. See, this is going to be the gear project for me. Because my Necro already has, like... But see, like, what it took to get my Necro off the ground was about a lot of different farming. Because I'm not doing... So, I'm not doing Berserk. I got lucky. I got the Godfather, the Grandfather's sword to drop. Then I got the one helmet that's not the other one everyone uses. That was my first helmet. I used that one. But I'm not getting not Endurial. It's the one that gives core and then if someone else uses it. So the dream would be to have core. Because see, I have an overabundance of so okay. The one that I need. Right, so the one that I'm needing. Critical strike damage. See, my thing is I just don't have it. Because the two-handed's right. So I have this. But, I mean... So the concept itself is... I have to figure out what I need. Because if I already have the Executioners, I have the other one. Because I know it wouldn't work anywhere near tier 4 right now. Due to its inherent nature. I'm like way, way too under what I need. Because the concept is... Okay, hold on. So the concept is with Earthquake. By the way, I have been plagued with not getting, like, basically, like, does that... Oh. That's a better than an Executioner. I don't know. See, so Dominate is definitely one of the ones I have to use. Like, the glyphs are going to be the harder part. So it's not the aspect of earthquakes. That is largely... See, okay, so the rumor is all of these stack. Okay, so at least these stack, the ground one stack too. At least. So that's like 2,800. And since I have a shit ton of strength, sure. But like, this turns these into whatever, basically, the 6. But the cooldown, then I have that. So bear in mind, a lot of this is give or take. Because earthquakes is a relatively new one. Because glyphs are harder to figure out. The big one that creates it is not the bone. See, Bone Breaker guarantees an overpower. Okay, that's the big one. Which is the one. No, I got it. Okay. So earthquakes have a chance. See, I have to look at the right setup because it's not Crusher. So dominates another one. See, dominates like you need 25 willpower. But it is very easy to basically have a bunch of willpower. Where might. Some use might, some don't. Might. Let's see, the one I was gonna look at. Ambidextrous. Oh, so there's 2. Okay, so there's... Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 2. Martial. So I can use Martial and Ambidextrous. Martial and Ambidextrous. Martial and Ambidextrous. But I'm not using one-handed weapons. One-handed weapons, so it's kind of a waste. But it's not about that. Yes. This is the overpower. This doesn't matter. That's invul damage. That is basic damage. This is overpower damage. Don't need anything there. This is bleed damage. So out 5. So 2 can have magic. Basically. Rumble. See, I just need to get to the point I can create earthquakes constantly. So, I just need to get to that point. 10x damage. Wrath. damage. See, the issue is going to be figuring out the glyphs for this. Okay, so might is okay, so there's 3. Okay, so might is 3 basically. So because of see, HotA creates earthquakes. See, what I may have to use is I may actually have to use Mantle of Mountain's Fury. Basically. But there was another. Oh, so I have 2 ways to create it. So, hold on. So I can create it like this, right? Like there's 2 ways to create earthquakes. One, and then Mountain's Fury is a separate. As long as you have the 2 runes, and you already have them equipped, that's the better. But the one people don't use. So what my friend made, well, I let him test it out because he was already on the path of it. He already had half the gear. Hold on. Does that double on an amulet? I know defensives double on an amulet. Does that? So, okay, so that's a 1.5. Executioner on an amulet is 1.5. Does that? 81. So, 81. So, Secondary Fissures is... So, Executioners is better on... like... So... 5. That's a different... Let's see. Here... No, let me see. Might be. No, so that's entirely separate, isn't it? That's 54%. So it doesn't work. Executioner's aspect works there. Let's see. Stun. Wanton Rupture. And yeah. Fortunately. what I usually use is aspect of the... See, I got lucky and got that one done. So the absolute concept here is that... But the thing is, I still need weapons for this character. There's two ways of getting about it. So, the rune allows me to create earthquakes. One creates dust devils, too. Hold on. One creates dust devils. Let me see. Shouts create dust devils. Whirlwind leaves dust devils. One creates dust devils. Bleed. Because the concept here is to have that. Like, maybe one. So, wanton rupture. Rupture can be done. The gauntlets I would use Moonrise. See here. That makes 100. That's usually one that can go on rings and amulets. So, see, this is where I have to get into it, like, here. Like, this is where it just gets weird. Like, it's like the aspects that you want, you may not utterly have. So I already have that one. But the idea would be that's the ancestrals. So you have a hammer of the ancients. Until that gets kind of nerfed. The idea would be vehement. So I'm actually curious, does vehement work on this character? So vehement is a really big one. Like, it's funny how it can be used. But it might not be necessary though. And the thing is, the weird part is, does this build translate up? That's the problem. I mean, you have to go. I'd have to go down to like tier 2 to test it, even. See, I have this. I don't use this for anything. I think of it as a throwaway sword. Whatever you have to do, but it's not a big deal. Like, I have this, but it's not a big deal. I mean, that's just bonus stat. This is a bludgeon weapon, but that's upheaval. Let's see, HotA. That is the only weird one. Yeah, so Hammer of the Ancients, that's the only one. There's only a couple that deal with bleed. But it also depends if. I mean, at a lower tier, though. See, this is the build I haven't tested, though. It's okay, though. Like, resistance, that, and then clearly. Because at the moment, what is it? My overpower is 2. Oh. My overpower is 2,000. That is ridiculous. That is fucking retarded. So the ideal I would want is 2 core, which is the... It's what? It's on my necro, though. Damn it. Allergies. I tell you. It's bad. Be absolutely useless. Oh, I don't do dick all up here. Honestly. Like, without gems or anything? No, like, I don't. I have gear, but yeah, no. You don't exist in tier 4 without, like... So the issue in tier 4 itself... Yeah, they have to actually stick those runes on Hammer of the Ancients. Yeah, this is without... Wow, that is a shit ton of damage, all things considered. That's a lot. Now, one thing I did not know about barbarians for a while is they do actually duplicate. About dying, that's an interesting twist. It's tier 3, torment 3, though. See, this skin is the Lord Eater skin for this character. So the Lord Eater's skin, right, is this is the first one. It has a sword and it has a mace. It has the sword and it has the mace. Basically. So overpower damage is not going to be my problem, is it? Hold on. Strength shouldn't be my issue. I can make 2 grand rubies. Make 2 grand rubies and 2 royal. I guess, right? 2 grand, 2 royal. Sapphires and skulls, on the other hand. So in weapons, it's overpower damage. What do I use in weapons? Let me see. Yes, 70%. In armor, it's 60 strength. Bunch of rubies, yes. I'm at 23, 24. So it's a 2 vol. Weapon, it's basic damage. Let's say in weapon. Life and kill is mattering. DOT, emeralds and weapon is critical strike. So I can still make 2 grands. See, technically, I cannot go around making grands a lot. Problem. Weapons, it's a kill. Willpower that. Before I make that, I need to actually see something. I have a lot of decks in my board, though. See, and none of my weapons actually deal. I always felt skulls and weapons were always weird. Think about skulls and weapons, they were always very super, super weird. always felt odd to me. See, skulls and weapons don't necessarily work because of the fact that it's going to be really screwed up. What's my critical hit damage? 30, 28%. Yeah, fall damage. It's not really good. It's like diamonds, though. Like bolt. It'd be like plus 80%. Not that that really matters. Instead of doing DOT, diamonds and weapons don't necessarily help. I'm already doing like topaz basic. It's more or less conducting an experiment than anything else. Like, it's supposed to take another group of runes. Like, this is just a logic, but like, so inadvertently, if I needed to do something, I could. Could. Because what is that? Oh, suck. In the board. Doesn't it have whole arms and shouts? So yeah, rune words would work. So the idea is the rune words. So the idea, yes, rune words can do a shout. So this one thing is, you can have martial and it still work. Yeah, so you want to play with these. Because there's two, right? So, one-handed, sure. So, I mean, where would you want those increased, though? Was it 5? Here? Oh, that's a simple fucking feat, isn't it? goes out a rank, it will be around. Okay. Yeah, so if that goes down a rank or two. Yeah, so it will. So that will just expand out. See how what you want skills with. Because you want the ones that are going to be important. Damage to close enemies, because that's what's gonna level up a lot. Bleed damage might not be as good. Rare is like you could use rares, but rares are not as good. Here. Overpower, right? Yeah. Yeah, see, there's not a lot of strength there. That's the key. Like, as I said, I would have to reorganize that a bit. Because there's not a lot of strength in that tree. Like, that would be... See, both of those are strength. I would just have to go around and reallocate. Jeez, bit. See, I'd have to reallocate those. Technically, I would want that there. Ow. But that would be requiring, like, put that out to like a 15. Get that to a 15. Probably move around one of these. So these are all strengths. Yeah, so I could have a few. So I take that back. There's like... So there's 3. So they have 3 magic ones. There's actually 3. Yeah, see, these have to be expanded out. It's already expanded out though. So I have to see, that may not be as a good one there. Because it was a said, right? There's a couple. Like the alternate pathing when you start using some of these. So the alternate pathing might be a little bit better with these. Like coming through here. It's different. Yeah, so you still need the 5. So it alters that ever so slightly. Because that's already a 15. So this one isn't. Dealing with allergies, basically. Yeah, that sounds fucking horrible. Been dealing with allergies. So yeah, 15s. So 3 might that. I have an idea, though. So I have to play with this concept. I know it's going to work, though. Couple. Let's see. One-handed, because even if the one aspects don't work at all, it's going to be the one. Because in practice, though, what I'm trying to do is do vol damage as well as the other. Vulnerable damage, yes. Despite that, because HotA can be retarded at the same time. Because Hammer of the Ancients is generally regarded as retarded ability for more than one reason. Knowing challenging shout. That's the word. It's one of the few classes that Barbarians are one of the few classes that actually take advantage of things well. Normal nodes, because Challenger is used a lot. Let's see, rare nodes. Do I have anything I want to increase rare nodes on? Rare nodes here. No. No. Almost shove. See, magic nodes down here are okay. But I saw something. I know I have it. Lit feeder. Hold on. I knew I saw it. Literally, I know I saw it. Got it? Let's see. See, I could definitely redo pathing. See, mortal draw. No. Wrath is a very good one. I mean, okay, so technically I could. Where's Blood Feeder? So, Blood Feeder is a really easy one to do. Ish. Would just take rerouting. It would take maybe rerouting. Deal 20. But Dominate is definitely one. That's one of those big ones. Like, I probably wouldn't have to. Because, like, overpower and vulnerable damage isn't anything out of the ordinary. Five. If that goes out, one. I mean, technically, right? If that goes out at one. Yeah, that's gonna be plagued with these. Dude. So if one goes out, I'm gonna take the one. No. It'll work better. There's more willpower down in that one too, though. See, this tree has more willpower. But yeah, this was potentially more better over here. Because, well, technically I'd have to rework it, but probably have to rework all of those anyways if I wanted. See, the idea of blood feeder, so I want those to be higher. See, right now it's gonna go out one. So if it goes up one, you see, like that's already 15. That's already technically 15 ish. Yeah, see, I went to find a place to shove Twister, though. It's gonna have to be a place that has a lot of strength, too. Let's see. Is this one? See, that's not gonna be as beneficial. See, that's already a 4. See, that's gonna be a problem too. It's like, sure. I missed a boss tonight. I did miss a boss. Yes, I fucking did I? Literally. No, but I'll have to figure out the glyphs for this. And I'm just going to level them. The glyphs are just going to be different character, though. I'm just not sure. Because my necromancer, as I said, sits differently. I think I can take. Fire rune words. Yeah, but no, this is going to take leveling. Very simple. Interesting. You know, sometimes Earthquake is the dumbest ability, by the way. Never let it be said, it doesn't. Ah, this does work. The question is, ultimately, I gotta figure out the right weapons. Rupture has no cooldown. Like, Rupture has 0 cooldown. Whatsoever. Yeah, see, this is what my friend found out. I confirmed it for me, because I kind of knew this was possible. Now, it's, to describe it, in theory crafting, right? Like, I knew, like, this would work. Like, at a larger scale, though, because it's almost like barbarians do not play barbarians anymore. Now, a lot of stuff dies at a low level. You just gotta equip a really stupid weapon and it not be any good. Everything else, we're just gonna overkill it here. Got it, though. Like, this is actually gonna be, like, to be fair, this is one of my pet, like, I haven't built one of these in a little while. Like, I still have the concept, right? It's so weird when you go away from the melee weapon to, like, when you go from just when it's a caster to, like, this. But then again, it's roughly about the damn same, to be honest. But Rend and Bleed both got entirely nerfed at some point of where, well, technically when it got brought up last season, but a lot of this is based on a sheer rotation, though. Yes, but this does work. The question is, let's go up a tier now. Unrefined, one can say. This is a DPS problem, a little bit, with the lack of refined weapons. Skills are hitting, but man, mine skills are tied. Because I need, like, existing in 3 and 4 both, you kinda need to have your P's and Q's lined up. Here is you need your P's and Q's lined entirely done. Like, this is how this works. Like, to exist in tier 3 and tier 4, oh dear god. Like, I had my necro at, like, almost 8s and 12s. And then I'm like, I'm not cracking the damn shits at all. Ooh. God, you are assholes. The highest caliber. See, this is a DPS problem more than the other, because not from mine, it's the weapons. Because, granted, like every other part, it's like your glyphs. Like, I'm running around in tier 4 on my necro with things that are barely 45 to 50. Which, not ill, it's very ill-advised, so to speak. God, though, can you imagine, though? Like, well, simply, I think he's the godfather for everything. No, the grandfather, nah. Yeah. Yeah, without proper rune support. Well, no. An idea, though. Something stupid. What do you want for activation skill? Basically. You go a dumb. I already have the other basic. The crowd control. It's like crowd control, right? good luck affording that. 4-star. Right. Too high, apparently. Let's go 35. Still well enough within tier 2. So you low level. So basically, right? No, like my necro just basically is like sit like oh you're just you see the problem is it's trying to do things higher and it's like God sakes. All these are fucking sponges. Seriously, I am getting. I'm getting crowd controlled every 5 feet. I do not particularly like certain classes for the whole fact of being crowd controlled into oblivion. And this is part of the problem. I'll get through this though. Oh, by the way, I'm doing this with Mercs or the other ones, which is probably not a good idea. I have a pet, but bear in mind, I'm not using a Merc as well currently. That's kind of, I know I'm doing that, unless it's kind of intentional. And the one I would be using is Barbara. Or use probably use the shadow or use her. Like honestly, if it was like the crowd control one, yeah, like it would make a big difference. Probably make these clears a lot faster though. Really, fucking vampire teleports. Really? By the way, the beefiness of enemies I don't particularly care for their form. But as I said, when I got to tier 4, I was like, Jesus. Tier 4 is, I call it, it's kind of borderline. When I first got up there, it's like, yeah, you're not speed clearing. Like, no, like, it takes a little bit to speed clear. And I was like, what? I bet it was at 221. So, yeah. Support mercenaries. I mean, to be fair, right? You're not doing damage over time versus I would need bleed constantly. It would need to be the constant. If you're playing with somebody, you're always going to have to recruit. It's one of the biggest things I have on my necros issue when I'm playing with others lately. If I don't have my ones, I should always have, like, switch her up to have this. Of course, I can always take the hard path, because as I said, I haven't set my mercs. And of course, a merc would make this a lot easier. But it's a good way to test the base of a build, because a lot of people wouldn't think to have mercenaries. Almost everyone uses mercenaries. Like, mercenaries actually offset skills. So, the concept here is... Oh, just, sound I had off so rarely. But no, like... so the concept here is it does work. Now, technically, it's a lot based on the glyphs and equipment. Now, hypothetically, the faster HotA works, attack is the key. Attack speed is probably where it needs to be. But it does work. Now, only if... Two ways you can fix attack speed. Moonrise or items. Same thing that makes a spell. It makes Spiritborn work. So what often I find with, like, this build, like, now, when you look at a lot of the... Now, you can arguably say, like... But HotA, when it got restored, this is the big deal. HotA is back to where it was prior to a nerf, but with a change. I had the suspicion it was, but it's like also too, I haven't really been... See, I alighted with Barbarian and Necro for the most part. That's what happened to me, and I'm like, I tried, didn't like the other classes. This goes back to the base game, by the way. Well, I'll get this clear. It's just gonna be incredibly damn slow. We'll get that. But it's also a way to test the rend. So the rend is what I'm after. I suspected I did something I have suspected. I suspect that this game's war on dots has been... It shows up more in bleed builds than it shows up more in, like, shadow. Like, this game does not like dots. Like, and that's damage over time. Damage over time is, in theory, tied to 60% of the damages on its packet. Shadow Necros have a way to make up for it. But I say, you would think here would be the case. What's funny is the ads are more tougher than the actual enemies, by the way. You'll find some of the ads are not as tough as chunks of them are worse. You're really supposed to go into, like, the higher end of the tiers and have everything leveled. That's probably why... See, like, the 25, I'm killing. That's like 10 levels below this one. 10 levels right now, like, 55s are equivalent to 75s last season. I do not like this, though. The issue I find, and this is the... So I'm not starting to... You think that... But you have... If the higher your attack speed, the better you'll be. Imagine that one. That's how I really gonna go there, aren't you? Life without mercenaries is rather sometimes boring, or hurts. Again, scaling, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, my Necro, I never had issues, because here's the thing. Necros can scale upwards very, very well. Necros scale up exceedingly well. Other people don't. But when you basically have a one ability to draw. Mercenaries augment abilities, basically. The idea is attack speed and having a different rotation. The only difference is that has changed. The only thing I've ever changed on this build in its time is I've kept Rin. Hammer was taken out because they nerfed Hammer. And this reinforcement, yes. And let's you as a mercenary. No. Cool. I fucking forgot that was a thing. I did. I have forgotten. He has that. It's funny, I never used that. That is another execution. You don't really come down this tree much, though. Strangely enough. Technically, that is a... cooldown is... Oh, this is pretty much like, sure. See, that's brand new. So a lot of this is weird builds. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of these, when you start looking at, like, how a lot of the alt builds work. Really. Honestly, if I had known, If you knew how many times you get a GA in this game and it turns out that it's shit, yeah. Look, resistance doesn't count as a GA. Sorry. Resist all counts as a GA. Okay. Resist all is a GA. Not the other way. Resist all is a GA because it's used. Right? I understand that one. The problem is resist all is better than the other one. So. So disembowel might actually be good too. Killing a target bleeding is okay. So yeah, okay, I got an idea. So might and martial and blood feeder and disembowel. Disembowel needs willpower. Disembowel needs willpower. Indeed. One needs more dexterity. Sorry, that's a good moment. Dexterity, yes. Now, I mean, technically, you need a place with willpower and you need the other one. You need one with willpower and the other that doesn't. And bio rights. What has willpower? Blood feeder, definitely. Because that one's going to go off. Let's see. Dex. The vulnerable damage is not a big deal. See, vulnerable damage is good, don't get me wrong. But when you can stack a bunch of it, it's just pointless. Marshall. Right. That pushes out one. See, Marshall's gonna push out one. Just... 5 for every willpower purchased. See, that's going to go up to 1, right? So that goes up to 1. Assume that goes up to 1. Again, that's part. See, part of testing this is when they changed. Let me see. So definitely. Now, if I wanted to be cheeky, you stick that here, but I lose the bonus on this. Two distinct key differences. See, you think there wouldn't be a strength issue here, right? Yeah, apparently there is. You know. Mm. There's 5, 1, 7. Depending on how you came up. So that what? Goes out 1. Zooms out 1. That will bloom out 1. So it blooms out. Yeah, so that's going to bloom out 1. Now let me go to the other one. And chunk dispel there. That goes at 1. So that is going to hit here. That hits that one, which is 7. Yes. We'll make that one rather cheeky in the form. Not the best, right? Be different. See, it could always go out to here, though. Not yet, though. Here. We need 1, right? So 15, yeah, that's 16. Eh. Eh. Pathing. I mean, see, all of these require strength. So it hits that one. It hits the path south, and there. That's even if I needed it, right? Honest stuff. God. It's horrible. Wouldn't be the first one I've had to do it for. My Necro has one like that. My Necromancer has one like that I had to do. But I had to remap that. So that's going to bloom out 1. About 5, yes. So it's like 15. So it's going to be like 12 to 27. That also means that yeah, see, when you start getting fuck you points, you can start moving a lot of stuff around. Well, fuck you points are is when you hit about 250 and you have nothing to do. I mean, realistically, when you hit about 280, you don't have anything anymore. So, and that's going to balloon out. So that's going to balloon out to 7. So, be still short though. I mean, at that point, you're just having to remap. I want to say at that point, so if that when that hits 15, so either what's gonna happen is either that there's not enough wisdom here. See, there's not enough wisdom down here. You have both dex and wisdom, but I can reorganize that one. See, this one could be reorganized though. 1, 2. See, that's gonna balloon out to there, so you take that one. Have to wait and see. Mess with it then. Mess with that the way it is. That would be the plan, at least. It does work. The thing is, let's see. What the fuck was that jitter from fucking hell? Showing up. My god, what was that jitter, though? I tell you, these servers have been ass for like a while. Like, there's something up with these servers. Like, I can't exactly pinpoint it. Like, I can't pinpoint servers. Yeah, that's explaining a lot. What the unholy lag just fucking happened? Jesus. Something about Battle.net servers lately, they've been terrible on that regard. Terrible if you want timing for things. Might have to figure out a way to stick Dominate in here somewhere, but theoretically, my stuff is overpowering every 12 seconds, so I don't need Dominate. Dominate would imply you're not doing the other one, unless that's sheer redundancy. Cooldown, but shit, sure. Trust me, I've already blown through at least. I blew through like 30,000 of new site just to get this character to this point. Believe it or not. Like, imagine on the early part doing this. Good God. Like, there's a reason certain people ask for power leveling on things, but like, glyphs are a different story. Glyphs are just entirely that. Yeah, no, I've been, like, my hours on my necro are like, oh boy, that is to the levels of I was getting burnt out. But yes, this is very much an attack, like, attack speed builds are very much the key. Oh hell, I don't even have half my points assigned. Yeah, I'm doing the try-hard method. Like, I have like 25 points assigned, yeah. No, that's just asking for you're having your build that optimized. Those 25 skill points make a difference. Yeah, ever so slightly. Believe it or not. Yeah, but explaining why I'm having some DPS issues. Some of them. One that I need to have in 5 is Hammer. Hammer of the Ancients is, well, one, but old. Wait a second, it's... See, I kind of want to do Mighty Throw, but Mighty Throw and HotA kind of go different than your route you're thinking of. The reason I don't use shouts is just I've never liked the damn things. See, I don't use a weapon. I don't really swap weapons, so. Since I don't really swap weapons, it's kind of a weird one. Because you see how, like, bleed is, like, tied to, like, it's tied to 60% of your damage. Which is always so fucking stupid, by the way. It's tied to that. This is if you're berserking. See, my overpower is so retarded. It's just... overpowers are just... they're already at 2,000. I don't need that one. Two-handed weapons deal creeps critical attack. Bludgeoning skills, there force 3. Oh, since I use basics, I need to I should really be using these. That's the funny thing. Since I'm using basic, I should be that's a big one. Basics are actually a poor part of this build. In a strange fashion. The funny part is, my reduction in my tree is so big, I probably don't even need it. Yeah. That's right, I can't reassign points while I'm in here. It's not a DPS thing. It's like figuring it out. Versus the don't be adjusting your skills while you're in here scenario. Never know. Not my Necro. I'm not gonna catch up to this. Like, my Necro could probably catch up to, like, be 3 minutes behind and probably catch up. Just because Blood Wave is retarded. Blood Wave is probably the dumbest. There's a wave. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's built in stupid into that. I'm too far behind. Like, granted, it's like a DPS race. A lot of these are just, it's a pure DPS race. Like, you will have an entire chunk of stuff to be made up. But I do need to respec a second. I need to respec. The upheaval was what I was using. See, upheaval is what replaced. The upheaval replaced when they nerfed hammer. So, HotA getting undone was a bigger deal. The amount of DR that I have is ridiculous. Like, not even talking just the basic. Like, the basic DR for this build is beyond retarded. The basic amount of DR that you wind up getting makes up for you just being kind of tanky in that regard. Jesus. Except I don't know, like, gushing wounds anymore. Gushing wounds used to be interesting, but it has its problems. I said this build doesn't suffer from. It doesn't suffer from. This whole class suffers from that. Clearly. You already have that. What's funny is you have that built into the board. Your Paragon board is that's already built in. You don't need it. CHC 26. 26. Problem you have to have is I like Rind, but as I said, half the problem with this build itself is this is problem with anything dot is 60% of your damage is literally on the damn back end over 5 seconds. Doesn't matter the skills, it just happens. Why is that? They don't like us having that. Because if that were the case, we would probably be really stupid in the case. Probably I'd take the other one. See, if I had, like, the core, right? So, the 2 core passives of 3, these would be really, really good. That's what's that. A lot of this is, like, pulling fucking teeth. Like, this shit's just... be lying. Be lying if I didn't say it was true. Oh, I'm not gonna do any damage up here. Like, I don't do damage up here. Oh yeah, my life ain't fucking appear good. No. Go carry me, senpai, up here if there was anybody. No, this is called hard mode. I'm praying for fucking rain. Someone is up here. Oh, there's one guy. Oh, come on. There's one person up here. You're shitting me. That is not a good sign. Oh, see, I don't have my boss powers in either. Oof. Oh no, I don't even have my boss powers in. Yes, the beam attack. Sorry, you're gonna have issues. I don't even have my powers in. Oh, now we got beat. My health is on par, though. It's about 12,000. The only power I don't have is Lilith. That's it. Probably go get her. I probably should go get her. I gotta go look at powers and see what would be good for this build. Me, technically. I gotta go look and see what powers would be good. I do. I mean... You do not want to know how stupid some powers are. Some powers are beyond retardation. Like, when I mean some of these boss powers are absolutely retarded, that beam of death, if you can maintain it, is an auto-execution. That's that beam that you see them doing. That is an auto-death beam. That thing. Now, granted, it takes a channeling skill to work. Okay, a channeling skill. How, but Swords can aim it a lot better. So, yeah, it's nice to know my quakes go off very frequently. That is really good. So, quakes work. That's a good sign. Very good sign, by the way. The quakes work, that and they stick around for a while. It's up there. Just here, I'm not doing what I need to go do. I'm basically the equivalent of really. This is what I'm talking about. Should not be a thing. Yeah, what is these GAs? You good ones? Fortunately, you're probably gonna get broken down. You're not good. You're not good ones. Pretty sure if I just equipped boss powers and literally Varshan's boss power does like 1,000,000 damage for no damn reason. And it fires off every other second. See. So Belial's beams, right? Like, as that. So the one after drinking a potion, right? That thing can do. Now the main one that I use I want to say that this does not have a cooldown. So I use Varshans as a thing of like, at least on my Necro, is better. Activating that fortified aims. Just no, no. For some reason, they recommend that as the main power. I'm pretty sure that's because you can spam the hell out of it. But it's like I've seen some that are like, it don't matter at all. Like, sure. After you damage your enemy, spawns a pool of blood that deals with that. And find the one. Which is the one? Avarice is explosive ore. You gain access. Now, this does have a cooldown, though, which is different. Main. Chimera Sparks. Now, these do alter the way stuff works. Or they are. Hatred. See, this is why I'm not sure about. Three active pools, right? So 3 active pools. I mean, technically, not the best in the world. I mean, fuck, I might as well just go for Sean at that rate. I might as well just go for Sean's power. Of course my cat will finds and winds its way to get bopped over. Because the other one. You wanna know what's funny? Some builds don't have spam cooldown. And I want to say that's one of them. See, Varshawn's doesn't have a cooldown. just for the record. Varshan's doesn't have a cooldown. Every 1 second. So if one dies, you just murder them. It's potentially one of the most broken powers. Now, I do need to level up some of these others. Which I haven't done. I mean, to be fair, I have... This is because I have been grinding the witch zones more than I have anything else. I mean, I call them the witch zones, but... Yeah, damage to increase distance. That's if they are the modifier. Meh. That's not impressive, by the way. Do you know that's not impressive? Seriously? Like, see, some of these powers, when you level them, get really dumb in terms of what they can do. That's kind of the reason I have kept the same one for so long. $400 is strike doesn't sound good, by the way. 400 is strike? No, I don't like that one. I mean, I've seen that used, though. Hold on. I have high hopes on this one. By high hopes, I mean... After you damage enemy spells pills. See, I don't like some of these. Gain 5% damage to all elements for each. I'm not liking that one bit. See, I don't... Defensive or macabre, right? See, that's something I'd have to look at on a, on the main. Hitting an enemy with the damage over time spawns a wave of acid. It does 2 million damage. Really? When you take damage over time, it's not just summons. Well, technically, some are the damaging a vulnerable enemy. Definitely makes that better to a degree. My Udavars. Some of these are more impressive as support abilities, believe it or not. By the way, I do like that ability. I mean, that's a really, really, really rank. That is a really rank ability when you start getting into it. Like this beam, I like it. The thing is, it actively, like, Jesus. Like, that thing will just. Probably murder. Be very surprised when a lot of this stuff just. So, Barshawn's power, even if you see it, right? So, how much you think has 1,000,000 health? God, fucking 6. Ain't my internet, I know that much. These servers are ass. They fucking have been for. That's more like it. Oh, so. Oh, that has a core. That has a floor, don't it? Yeah, you bastards. That has a global cooldown. Understandable. We can never have fun toys. Obviously. That's pretty damn rank. You know what looks fun this season? I wasn't gonna build one, but I think I might. Double centipede. Double centipede spirit born. That'd be cool. Double centipede spirit born is very, very potent damage. But half of it is like everything else. It's tied into damage over time. So yeah, this would just be the basic of... No, I basically like live in the bounties for the most part. More like it. How do you even the playing field from overpowered bosses? A lot of this is skill. You have to figure out the rotation. So yeah, some of these weapons are so totally shit and trash. Like, I should not be using them. But hell, for the sake of fucking testing purposes. I prefer my neck. Like, okay, look, I needed to grind up faster. Oh, fuck you. Thank you. God, thanks. Oh, yes. Now the commando time. The fuck? I'm in Senegar. Seriously. Use with this fucking latency. But it's a Tuesday? It's Tuesday night. Right. Tuesday night. Sometimes I have to ask, right? The way servers work. It's like I don't complain as much as the realm of why. I need to get the foundations. I think largely once the ones I know the foundations are being used are going to get used. But I could choose. You know what would work? Potential? The non-physical is fire, lightning. Fire, lightning, ice. Use the one. I mean, granted, that's gonna explode in the area, and if there ain't shit there, it's gonna miss. Potential. That would be avarices. You see how much damage that fire does? That fire does a shit ton once you look into it. That's the purpose of it. Fire is underneath them. So the fire works. Right? So that is something I know. So the fire works. Now, the thing about it is, I'd have to change my outfit. Now, I mean, granted it. I mean, Varshan's power is still by far the best. What the unholy fucking flag, dude? What the? Honestly, look. The servers have been shit for how long? Right? I mean, I'll be honest, these servers are just awful. Now, by the way, when I say this build is not good on a latency, no, it is not. The avarice ones might power might better. Bear in mind, as I said, that shit takes time to explode, so... And if it does 50% more, that'd be a different story. 2.5 seconds could be ages, but depending on health pools and depending on that, then the answer is no. You can technically poop rocks as the code brave because reasons. Oh, trust me, as I said. It's stupid if it works. Because at a certain point, everything just has far too much health, okay? I mean, everything at some point in this game has far, far too much health. It's been displayed. I thought Shadow was bad on a frame rate, but this is worse. Picking the right powers are going to be the thing. Now, granted, I do... Look, the only thing I'd have to test... Yeah, see... That's going to have the same cooldown that the Blood Wave has. Blood Wave has a cooldown, which is a 4. Because you can't activate it multiple, because that would be a little too stupid if it were. I don't know if I like the idea of every time you cast the core, now assuming that the lightning, by the way, if the lightning has no cooldown, oh dear god, that can be stupid too. So if the lightning has no cooldown, right, then the lightning might. See how quick you just... That's... That's a little closer than I like. So done. Now, the thing would be is lightning. Does lightning have a cool? If the lightning has a cooldown, that is a different story. I probably need to go find another server. I gotta go find another server. This place is shit. Fucking bunch of bots with fucking potato connections. And it's a bunch of bots with... I can guarantee you there's a bunch of bots with potato connections there. Ah, yes. But the generic issue that the servers are always going to be borderline shit because, well, change out. Dodge chance. Basement. Basically, I would constantly have a barrier. So... So my boss power, for the record, activates. I'm gonna have to gain resources though. I may not be able to gain excess resources if I do. Resource gain needs to be retorted. My resource gain has to be stupid to have this constantly go off. But you can only have 3 stones active at once. To be honest, this is a lot better. Might be a lot better. It's slower. Maybe slower. Slower though. Now it's kind of cool in cluster areas though. Like clustering, like clustered enemies. That's a good. That's no, but my necro can still get placed. Like I'll be honest with you, like my necro at least in turn, like maybe not ability spam, but yeah, but like it does a lot better. At least need to make sure. But actually, both my characters needed to. Both of them need to have that. Mm. 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 A Shava seems. Shava's a beast. Yeah, no, but I think if I refine this build, it would be a lot stronger. Just gotta find the quote-unquote magic combination. It's not even without the boss powers, it's all yours. A lot of buttons. Say the same with my other build, though. Usually, figuring a build takes time. That's why I couldn't pull that one. Yeah, so that's fuck shit. Just one more willpower up here. That's not gonna be it, is it? Different what? This radius size. I don't think so. Okay, so radius size goes to 4, right, or 5? Yeah, so when radius size goes to 4, so when there's radius size of 1, so that will be. So, like, if I stuck a strength one here, oh, dear God. There's so many strength ones in this one. So if I, like, change. Like, if I change that one out, just in willpower or strength alone, I would probably gain a bunch. Just by right here. There's the amount of strength that's in this one. Oh, there's the various. I mean, the vol damage, right, is just that. See, vol damage is capped at 45 anyways. Vulnerable damage is going to be at least for what it needs. Or bonuses. Unless I have to move it. But I'm not really a strength build. By that, I'm not really strict strength. Strength as tradition means my abilities, but they're not strength. episodes that it's going to take required. Oh boy. Well. Be the one I gotta get expanded though. See, traditionally, almost everything I use is either dex based or the other. Not a lot of strength. I think strength's involved, but majority of my stuff is all tied to that. Also, a large majority of my stuff is capped. Save points. What I said earlier about fuck you points. Eventually you get those, and you can just shove them anywhere to make stuff work. Like, eventually, right? Like, there's a point that you actually do. Let me see if this has a cooldown. I'm kind of curious. If this has no cooldown, that's gonna be fucking hilarious. Can you imagine if this has no cooldown? Maybe. bigger deal, too. The days you realize when most of the people that play this are older people and they don't ever realize that video used that either. I don't know, it's the amount of dad jokes where you find the occasional edgelord. But no one, like, and trade chat's just dead for once. For the moment, trade chat's dead for constantly. It's just more busier. I am very sure I'm going to keep two unique scenarios. It's going to be the odds that it's going to be the Rangers. I would have two. If the one doesn't work, I have the Twister and Rumble, probably. The Twister and the Rumble. It's probably going to be the other alts. Twister and granted, they're both that. See, that's definitely reshuffling stuff. That is reshuffling the build, though. See, usually when I get a build, like... See, originally my Barbarian was a straight Bleed Thorn, which Bleed Thorn, in theory, works. It's basically ruptures / whatever. Now, it suffers from the problem of the predicament that all damage over time will suffer from. But now the issue itself, right? So I think the other ones, like the two... So basically, the magic ones are working, so to speak. It's the alternative. Really? How the fuck? Dude. How is it? No. Yeah, see, that's not consistent enough. That lightning? Yeah, no. That's not consistent. I think so. It's not consistent enough to work. It's cute. I mean, you can do it multiple times, but... And it has that period of cooldown, but it's too slow. And technically, Avarice is, Avarice is weird. It works, but it's 2.5 seconds. Which is of ages in a predicament. That's ages on a predicament away. Oh yeah, everything compared to that. I could see how that could just be... Lightning is almost an interesting fun idea, but it's weird. It's like I feel that lightning doesn't do enough. See, you would think it does. Lightning doesn't do as much as you think it does. Certain elements. Oh, I knew. Given enough time, this thing would murder this thing quicker. Relish the times when you don't auto-delete, but also at the same time, you also dread it. leveling process is sometimes not as bad. See, the leveling process is sometimes funner in the aspect of you're not auto-deleting everything. Then again, once you get to that point, you're auto-deleting stuff. It's a little different. There's a fine art between the two, actually. So in theory, sure. Never the most accurate in terms of, I would put, really? I have a pet? Fuck, I have no pet? Really? Yeah, unusual. I said a pet. Hmm. Might explain why shit wasn't being picked up. Suddenly my pet just disappears. You just see the consistency. I mean, honestly, if, right, the power is just not what it needs to. See, like, that area of effect just does not work. Do you know, that area of effect is just really damn shitty bad. See, like, that's a cool concept, yes. But yeah, like, it misses half the time. Like, it misses probably half its own time, so... The rocks they can dodge. So in theory, the rocks they can get around. Mm. See, that's the thing. A lot of these don't have cooldowns. Like Varshan's lifesteal doesn't have cooldowns. This does not feel good. See, the Wandering Death Beam is just an execute. Now the funny part would be is you have the Wandering Death. Then you have that power as your main power. And then you can have that, and that makes one of the best execution powers. Because that is another execution. Really? Sometimes coordination's ass. You know that one of the strangest things I find, right? Like when you go from various builds to builds. See, double centipede. I already kind of know how to build that. That doesn't really ever change. Double centipede is on heals, but you're basically a walking poison pestilence. Fun thing. Would never bring it into a pit, though. You never bring that thing into a pit because largely you're not going to ever kill a damn thing. At least timely. That's just the problem with it. A style of a build, you're just never ever doing that. Ugh, see, I'm in the cycle where you have to do this. Really? You're gonna hide behind a wall? How much we can stay alive? Jesus. Gosh. Shit. I don't like this. I'm very extreme like my friend that was playing this, like a similar, but with the bleed, what he did was have the, he's like, I'm having resource issues. How do you have resource issues? You invest in willpower. Willpower is one of the easiest things to find with things. Also, I don't really want to level up, like, 4 sets. Like, leveling up 3 sets of, like, idea. Like, leveling up more than 1 set of glyphs is a bitch. Not in a way, to be honest. At least this season. Then again, it's about the time about playtime I about put on my necro, you can understand. Like, the shit, between that, helping people, and, like, oh, obviously, drag them along, sure. I mean, might. Hmm. But you have to get tired after a while. Too many clicks. Whoa. See me. List from this one, just switch over. Know what's killing me. Let's see, that's the weird part. Let's be something here. It was. It's in that mess. Really? Oh, did just nothing take damage from that? Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a strange. Oh god, my body. 3, except for ult. And it's lower than mine, really. And he wants 2 bill for that, okay. That's kind of funny in its own right. I promise you input delays aren't this shit normally. And when I mean that, right, I think you're gonna wind up with that. Really? I mean, see, the thing about BattleNet servers is they have this tendency to either be stellar or they have a tendency to be shit, depending on the day. Sometimes the day and then depending on like an 80 ping for some reason. Why is there like an 80 ping, right? To the server when I'm normally like 60. Like if I were away from Senate, what fuck? Hurry, Jesus. And we're spongy. I mean, I can go to a normal tier 3 world and they're not this fucking spongy. Really? Here to cap this character without yeah, oostite farming. Jesus. I'm basically using weapons that need to be, like, refined. Next, my game is see if they shoot on the shield. Ugh. Game's unplayable. Really is getting unplayable. Like, that is bad. Dude, that is unfucking playable. That's bad. That is honestly that bad. What the hell is going on with fucking BattleNet? Like, what the hell is up with it? Where the hell does that lag come from? It's like, it's clearly not the PC end. It's not that end. That is a fucking insanity, by the way. There's no debug files. That's the crazy part. Like, there should not be that much just delay. Like, normally, right, you'd have some. Hypothetically, if you were within a realm, but I'm just gonna just see something. Because normally, like, see, normally that's not the case at all. So, let's see. Well, once you ruled out your end entirely, it's probably theirs. Really? That lag is unplayable. I'm not gonna lie, that is unplayable. Because your inputs aren't even working. Fuck, of course there was an update. But yeah, the gut skin's out. Forgot that. Forgot. I kind of knew that was incoming. The gut skin. Oh yeah, they probably want like 25 on it. Really? Oh, that's kind of cool on its own, right? Ew. Yeah, does not look good. No, that don't look good at all. Like its textures look like ass. This is a skull knight. What is these textures? And Griffin is. Hold on. Griffin the Rogue. I mean, Griffin's skin looks remotely. just looks like shit. That's the case. But no, it took over like 200 plus runs just to get the ancestrals I have. Like this build, right? Like it took me, how many runs, like, and I finally got those. The other morning I got this, and then I got this shortly after. I have Air of Perdition, which has helped me out a lot, but world boss in a minute. And that's in 2 minutes. Some days, man. Gotta ask what that server lag is. Because that server lag is terrible. And it's worse towards Senegal. That's awful. Ear related? I'm wondering if that's just YouTube related. But it's not even YouTube related. I mean, net related. Oh yeah. Didn't get that bad. Fucking hell. E1. I don't think I recalled being this laggy. What the fuck is this server lag? And you can just feel it. Like, this is worse than normal. Thing is, it's been going on for a while now. Like, it wasn't awful. That input delay. By the way. Oh, Jesus. I'll roughly pick this up. But Jesus. Telling me, like, this is beyond the realm of... Oh, good God. See, I'm wondering if this lag is on all tiers. But if it is in lower, because it's in lower, which is... So if it's in fuller... It can't be because of that one event. Oh. Really? I need to see if I need to see if this lags on all ends. Because if this lags on all ends. This has been what since that launch? Cannot tell me it's just that Berserk event that did this. I mean, just that Berserk event that did this. I mean, the server response time is ass. Right before a fucking world boss, dude. it's not the grind as much as that. It's like, shit. Hey, this build feels like it. Like, look, if I get away from synagogue, it's not there. But there's still an input lag on this. Like, it's the weirdest fucking thing. Like, I'm... That's something I could, I'm wondering if that's the case. If it's a crossplay connection, that's weird. Really? I guarantee you half these. That's a fucking bot. There's a bunch of bots up here right now. Not all these people are bots, but a good section of them. Fucking multi-bots. There is no reason this lag should be here. Like, the fucking server response is just that bad. Come on. Do these have potato? I'm gonna test something. I can guarantee this is just this third. Get off cross. I wonder. Huh? I never die. Like, okay, I never fucking die. For me to die, I have to be sitting on top of multiple, like, dots. Like, poison explosion to kill me. I'm not dying. And it's more in high level hits now. And it goes beyond this level. I want to see if I want to see if this lag is on PC. Because if this lag's on PC, these servers are blocked. Oh my god, you fucking shit stains. You're telling me there's that many of us here we can't kill it. That is a lot of lag. That is nearly too much. And that server, and I almost want to bet that server side. That server side. Because if it is on all servers, because if it is on all servers, the servers are fucked, right? Worse. That is worse. I often joke about a billion Chinese log on and you hear their screams periodically, but this happens in, I'm not saying in a lot of the games I play, but dear Christ. 1,000 Chinese or something log on at once, you begin to feel it. These servers are dead on arrival. This means these servers are just dead. Honestly. Like, that's bad. That is a straight, like, server problem. That wasn't there. What? Roughly, like, put close to, uh, server lag. Yeah, the only other thing. Jesus. Level of server lag, though. I mean, hell, where did this fucking end? What I think's happening is all the goddamn bots are getting in. Wow. 1 event spawns, and of course that happens. I am also tired, and plus this lag just drains the last. Good lord. I mean, it sits at a firm 75. I mean, that is amazing, by the way. It's worse without the other. Oh, good lord. And it's all across the servers. It's not just in one section either. See, then it jumps down. Yeah, it must be because of that Berserk event. What the hell? Everyone would be playing normal otherwise. Really? Fortunately, I just need to take a break anyways, probably. Good lord, though. I mean, that is a hell of a lag, though. I mean, knew the Berserk event would be popular, but damn, that's bad. But I don't know. Probably should be live tomorrow. Probably still gonna be working on this, but I gotta finish on Expedition 33. Good lord, though. Mm. As much as I like that, this character I've had one time, but I got it to where it needs to be, but damn. Figure it out though. Really, it drops down. It goes down to 55, and if I'm without a menu, it just goes in and basically loads the UI. Then it does that. What the absolute hell? Huh? But I should be back live tomorrow. I mean, this is something I've been playing. I'm going to be probably playing consistent. I mean, technically, I got this character where she needs to be, right? I mean, I'm not saying it took a total all but like 77 hours, but I mean, I started last Tuesday. Some of it's off and on, some of that is admin. Probably a third of that time is admin ish. I'm still stuck with a damn scythe, by the way. Took about 300 times of that to get one of those. Took about that, those things. I'm still only at 2 mythics, by the way. 2 mythics out of that, but I still haven't done a lot of Andurio yet. My luck, right? And I'm still stuck. So, give or take. Minus the admin time, it's still about 50 hours. Back to back. But to get to tier 4 ready, yeah. I still gotta replace that ring. That ring in particular. This I've been stuck with, but because the game keeps giving me sides. But I'm gonna have to farm on this character to get resources from my other character. So it's gonna suck and be fun. But other than that, I do need to take a break and I'll be back live tomorrow. So don't know. Must have to go out tomorrow afternoon. So we'll catch people then. But at least that Barbarian, I put a big dent into it, so I'll see. Fortunately, I have to rest, though. So that's going to be a piece of work. But I'm usually live at 1:30 to 2:30 Central, so somewhere in that period is usually when I start. Where the hell did that flag go? No, it's there. But as I say, at least I have that figured out, so. Oh, but that's still gonna take. But I gotta get gear for that other character too. That's why I'm storing caches. Like if I go down to tier 3 and I just cache farm, I should probably get stuff for that character. But anyways, that's a problem for another day. I sound half dead, but half tired as well. But yep, nope. And I'm still in search of a ring for this character, but it will probably pop up at some point. But at least she can largely function. Tier 4. I'll be back tomorrow. By tomorrow, I mean tomorrow afternoon. And I'm halfway dead, so sleeping. Oh no, too laggy. Did I say that? Then I probably click on. Yes, 1:30 and the. But if the servers are laggy, find something else. Right, I will